was like, I'll make him part of the Skull and Bones. I was looking into it. And
Interesting.
I don't know why I expected a Ivy League Fraternal Order to be like primarily conservative.
Well, to be fair, I would think they would at least be very moderate because both George W. and George H.W. were Skull and Bones members.
Yeah, apparently that's why they're getting some hate, though, is they're very liberal and leftist now.
Huh.
I did not
I mean,
expect
it kind of makes sense, at least from the liberal standpoint, because they've always been very lib dem, we'll call it, like classical liberal. So,
yeah, that was surprising when I was doing a little reading on it.
Yeah, no, that is very surprising because normally organizations like that skew more conservative over time, not more liberal. Alright, I guess I'll do a really quick piece of 8 run before we just do the ones down by the Oubliette.
I still don't know why it does this when I go to print screen on here, that it goes like super light, but I don't know why it does this when I go to print screen on here. So Brandon, I'm gonna message you. Pictures. Wait, where did it say that? Damn it.
Yo.
How's it going? Here are the 2 new routes that I'm doing.
Wait a sec.
Welcome to another episode of Critical Misconduct, where me and my buddies, we like to play some RPGs, usually D&D, but tonight we're going to play some Delta Green. Of course, I got to thank a whole bunch of things, currently Foundry Virtual Tabletop for all our needs. Of course, the game Delta Green, which is a fantastic little game we want to play when you want something quite different than Dungeons and Dragons. So, with that, we're going to be playing with some new music that I got. It's quite cool. And we'll be able to hear some of that throughout the adventure. Some creepiness going on. This is a D100 system. And of course, we're all relatively new at this game. I've done this like twice as a DM, or what they call a handler, and my players are agents. So bear with us. We're just kind of nitty gritty playing this. I'm going to make decisions. Maybe it's because I don't know the rules 100%, but hey, it's all about fun anyways. This game is basically the X-Files meets Call of Cthulhu. Based in it can go all the way from 1940s to modern day. And currently, it is 1996. I have a group of agents getting called in by Delta Green for a mission. And I like to give them the choice of how they get, introduced into the game, or how they were informed of the mission, or of how, hey, how do they get to how do they find you, or how do they tell you, hey, you have to be at this location. And we're gonna go ahead and start with, I don't know, Brandon, what's your character's name?
Okay. Real quick, before we start, Chris, how many random skills do you add? 22 or 10?
8 skills that you add 22, and you can double up as long as you don't cross 80.
Yeah, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so 8 times 20.
I could go to somebody else if you prefer.
No, yeah, I'm good on background. So, he is in a slightly dilapidated looking building.
Okay, what's his name?
Somewhere
first of all? Sorry, I just want to...
In the desert.
Yeah.
His name is David. To the best of anyone's knowledge, his last name is Cervantes. You see him in this slightly run-down looking building, sitting behind a desk. And, it's like a desert environment, nondescript sort of desert environment. And, he's sitting there going through his case files, and what happens, Aaron?
So, you're sitting there in your case files in a slightly dilapidated building. It should be more well-to-do, but you're not really paying attention to your surroundings, nor you've let it go to rags over time.
Oh no, I was playing it more that he's out in the field.
Oh, he's out in the field?
Yeah, he's somewhere, because that's so his background, that's what he does, is he goes out into other countries, infiltrates them, and tries to recruit people from their country to spy on them.
Okay, so you are out in the field. You don't know. It's a nondescript. You're not exactly sure where. It's just this desert, and you're looking through this dilapidated building, and you're trying to find some files. And as you're doing that, you hear a buzzing sound, and it's coming from the window.
Have I heard this buzzing sound before?
Yeah, it's very drone-like.
He just kind of sighs. He goes to investigate.
You look out the window and you see this looks like a drone with like extra batteries. It looks like it's gone quite a distance, and it's currently hovering at the window, and it taps on the window.
You just see his face fall, and he's just like, and you hear him say "fuck" in Arabic, and he just like, like pushes the bottom of the window open, and he like checks to see if it's like a message or. He's
as you do that. As you do that, the drone doesn't note that you're opening the window up like that, and it smacks it, and it falls to the ground, and you see that it has like a package on the ground next to it.
Drones, terrible technology, and he just like walks downstairs from the building to try to retrieve this fucking thing.
Okay. So you go pick up this small little package, and all it has is coordinates to be at a certain time, or to be and with a certain time.
He just like closes his eyes and sighs, and you can tell he's super pissed off. And for insight for you, Aaron, what it is that he's been a handler his entire adult life, and he very much recognizes that he's someone else's asset now, and he does not like it.
Yeah, you are now an agent of Delta Green, and you're not too keen on it.
It's not so much that he doesn't like being Delta Green, it's that he knows that now he's the asset, not the handler, and he's very uncomfortable with it.
Mm-hmm.
He is the puppet.
All right.
Yeah.
Next, we've got Chris. Who's your character, and where is he currently at, and go from there.
So Nick is, wearing a pretty nice suit. He's sitting in a sea of cubicles in a very nondescript government building, just kind of sifting through expense reports and stuff like that. But not like a normal accountant, because he does have a gun on his hip. He has a badge, attached to his belt. Nick works at the Secret Service as a fraud investigator. And, how would he get delivered his message?
You are sitting there doing some you're trying to look through you're doing some forensic accounting, basically, at this point. And you're deep into it. And you are about almost like a minute. It's almost like it feels like it was forever, but you kind of zone out. And you suddenly just hear a ringing. Bring, 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 bring. And it suddenly, it comes out, and it's your phone on the, it's your desk phone. It's like it's because you were so focused, you didn't hear it for 40 seconds. As it was ringing, you
pick it up. Hello?
It is your boss. He goes, "Hey, Agent, you're called in. Special assignment."
Oh, is it that kind?
I don't know. They just give me the paperwork. You go on your way.
All right, I'll be right there.
All right.
You see a little smile cross his face, because he's just excited to do something a little bit different than digging through people's accounts and stuff like that. So.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you do that. Okay. So you go up. Your boss hands you some paperwork. It has some tickets. And it says they want you to go to. Let me make sure I have the right location. It is to the FBI offices in Knoxville, Tennessee. They want to meet you in Knoxville, Tennessee. And you're supposed to go see Special Agent in Charge James Derringer.
Well, I'm assuming. Do I have a car assigned to me, or do I have to like?
Yeah, you have you have a car. Yeah. You've always had a car.
All right. Be like, well, sir. Guess I'll see you in a little while. This one might take a minute. I hop in my car, start driving.
Good news is that Glenn told me that he might. I thought I might be, but it looks like 7:30, 7:45. He may be back, so I could feed him in if he wants to. That sounds like it'd be fun. Yay! Let's make things more complicated. So
we're here for it.
Let's go with Derek. You tell me who your character is and what he's doing, and who he is.
My character name is Danny Pyle, and I'm from Appalachia, New York, and I'm a media specialist.
Okay. Where are you currently at?
I'm at the news station, just putting in the daily call sheets for the next day.
Daily call sheets, pretty mundane, boring stuff. You go and do that. You're working at the desk. You're kind of just trying to get things, the daily sheet, and getting all that done. You go out. You get that done for the day, and then you take a walk to your usual haunt. A bar called Chancey's. You sit at the bar, grab a bourbon on the rocks, chilling out. You sit down, you maybe like 20-30 minutes. You see there's a man to your right. He's had a couple drinks, but you see he cheers at you. He takes it down the one last shot, and he walks out. But you see where he was sitting next to you. It looks like an envelope with your name on it.
I'll go over and pick up the envelope and go to the restroom.
You go to the restroom, you open it up. You see that you're told to go to Knoxville, Tennessee, and meet at the FBI office. And from there, it goes to Greg's character. Who is Greg playing, and what is he doing? What's going on with him?
His name is Chad Virgin. He is a scientist. He works for the CDC. Right now he is in a lab in Texas.
So you're
working in a lab. Lots of other, guys that work in a lab.
Yeah. It's definitely a closed door lab with you actually have specimens of smallpox and other things, very viral, horrible things. And you guys have the responsibility of maintaining and keeping everything safe there.
We are definitely not experimenting on smallpox.
No.
We wouldn't do that.
We wouldn't do that. You just happen to have cold storage of smallpox,
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Keeping it safe.
I wish I could say our government doesn't have that, but they absolutely do. You're going through that, just your usual day. pretty mundane. And as you're leaving, you're going through, like, you're packing up, getting ready to go, but your mail cubby, that usually is empty at the end of the day, has a manila envelope in it.
Gosh darn it.
Yep.
Okay. I open up the envelope.
And it has directions for, and you're in, like, what, Texas area?
Mm-hmm. Yep. At an undisclosed location.
Disclosed location.
Undisclosed.
Yeah, you see undisclosed location. You see an envelope. You open it up and you see a couple tickets. A ticket to Knoxville, Tennessee, with instructions to get on the plane and then head to the Knoxville, Tennessee office, the FBI office. The thing that piques your interest is you see a little green symbol, a triangle in a white in a black circle. The Delta Green symbol, just on the sheet.
I take it very seriously. I look around to see if anybody has seen me reading this note in a way that would to me seem inconspicuous, but is actually incredibly conspicuous. And then I immediately grab my things and leave for the day in a way that is obvious that I'm upset about something.
Okay. You head out the door and you get on a flight that evening to head out. The next morning, you get out of a small motel. I'm going to continue with you. You take a taxi to the office, to this FBI office, and you meet up with these 3 other people. You have no clue who they are. But you see them in the main lobby of the FBI office in Knoxville, Tennessee.
They also look like they're waiting.
Looks like they're waiting. You'll see quite a number of just the 3 others. They're just kind of sitting there. They definitely, like, one's wearing a really nice suit. The other one's wearing, like, it looks like they could bug out at any second. Like, and they look like any other person on the street. But you look like there's some sort of purpose to the simplicity. I'm talking about your character, Brandon. Like, you are meant to blend in.
Yeah, so to describe David, extremely ethnically ambiguous. You have no idea what this human being's ethnic background could be. It could be anything from Southeast Asia to Middle Eastern to Latino. You have no idea. He has olive skin, darker hair, slightly almond eyes, but otherwise he's actually kind of small. He's like 5'8", 5'9", on the slight side, and he is wearing, like, he kind of looks like a hiker almost. He's got like a really well dressed hiker. Like, he's got like a REI shirt on and, like, you know, the like ripstop hiker pants and like a serviceable pair of boots and just like you know, like a nondescript like this, like just like black ball cap. But to the trained eye, you're almost weirded out by how nondescript he is. Like, he's attractive, but it's in like a forgettable way. Like, you just kind of look past him.
Derek, what do you look like? Give you a general idea.
I'm 53. Medium build, kind of shaggy beard, and looks like somebody that would read into a lot of conspiracy theories, but not really a conspiracy theorist.
Are you telling me he looks like he belongs on a D&D table?
Yeah, sure.
Chris, what would your character look like? I'm assuming he would still be in a full suit.
Yeah, no, he'd be very like typical what you would expect for like FBI agent Mulder Scully type thing, just a kind of dark blue, navy blue suit, well kept hair, clean shaven. He's got some nicer shoes, but you can tell, he keeps them polished, but they're a little beat up, they're a little worn. It's not like they haven't seen some running and chasing and getting through the mud type stuff, and you can tell the little kind of telltale bulge on his side, but he's probably just sitting there in the lobby reading a newspaper at this time, looking pretty tired, drinking a coffee after his, looked it up, roughly 7-hour drive from DC.
Okay. All right. So, I walk over to the table.
Mm-hmm.
I pick up a magazine. I sit next to the man in the suit.
Mm-hmm.
I hold the magazine upside down. And I say out of the corner of my mouth, are you here for the thing? So I'm here for the thing.
Yes, and if you're trying to be nonchalant, you may want to flip that magazine over.
Fuck.
Nice to meet you, though. I'm Nick.
Bad. He's got, he looks pretty geeky. He's, hollow cheeks, big, but big glasses, thick rims. But he's dressed casual, right? He's got khakis on and a sweater. But he looks like I don't know. I almost like McFly, in the before everything was changed and he looked cool. He's a geeky looking dude.
Mm-hmm. All right. Surely within about 10 minutes, you guys sitting down, this tall and lean individual with like deep set eyes and a craggy scowl comes up, and he's like, "Gentlemen, come with me." He puts you into a meeting room. And you see there's a small little 21-inch TV in the room.
This is the 90s. That thing would be big.
That would be big, but it's a 21-inch TV. And you see him grab a video cassette, a videotape, and he goes, "Take a seat. There was a video here you're about to see is taken in Alabama by a gas station surveillance camera during a robbery 4 days ago." You see him pop it in, and
adjust the tracking. You got a little line up at the top there.
He slams it, and it fixes it. He Fonzied it. And
anybody who's watching and has no clue what that is.
Right. Take that, Gen Z.
No. What? Sorry.
Okay. Well, that was a failure. No, I'm kidding.
Whatever you did.
Yeah, whatever I did.
You rolling null. I don't know what that was. But anyways, shortly after, a young man, you see the video pop up and a blurry black and white picture appears of a young man approaching the gas station counter. And he looks very agitated. And he says something with a pained look on his face. There's no audio, you don't hear anything. And the cashier kind of just stares back at him blankly. And then you see the young man lashes out and strikes the cashier on the side of the head with his fist. But what's strange about it is that as soon as the fist makes contact with the skull completely collapses, and his head is torn right off in his shoulders by a force of the blow. The head drops on the counter as the headless corpse staggers for a moment, blood gouging from the neck stump. You see then the young man takes a step back with a look of shock as the cashier's hands go up and twitch spastically before the body collapses to the floor. The young man then hits some keys on the cash register until the drawer pops open. He grabs all the bills in the register. He then turns and runs off screen, but returns a moment later with a handful of pill bottles, and then runs off screen again, not to return. I need everyone to roll a sanity check.
You just do that with 100, yeah?
On your sheets, you should be able to roll. Just click the sanity check on your sheet. Just click sanity. It'll automatically roll
it. Okay, it's all downhill from now. I rolled a 1 on my first roll of this game.
I just rolled a 92. So.
I literally cannot do better.
Who else? Okay, I'm waiting for one more. Success. So, the only person is one person that failed. Danny, you take 1 point of sanity. As what you saw was just, the violence, and what you saw was just outrageous.
We just put, just in that box, just take it down one, or?
Yeah, where it says sanity.
So, yeah.
You'll see the sanity on the left side. Yeah, on the left side.
Yeah,
you take it down one. So you take that one down.
So you see Nick still trying to hold back a little smile because he's just excited to be doing something different than sitting in the cubicles in Washington, and he actually kind of enjoys this kind of change of pace.
This is outrageous. Like, what the fuck did I just watch? Weirdest thing you've ever seen. And just remember, if you lose 5 sanity in one roll, it's not great. And keep that in mind. So, Derringer looks at you, and he goes, as he takes the VCR tape out, this man held up 6 gas stations and drugstores in the last few days. First in Texas, then in Alabama, and finally in Georgia. He was finally caught after this last heist. The FBI agents and a state trooper put 4 bullets in him before he went down. He lived, though. He's currently being held in the room next door. His name is Billy Ray Spivey.
Did all the stores he robbed, did their attendants have the same fate as this one?
No. Some of them were, it didn't seem like he killed all of them, at least not intentionally. This one just seemed to be the most violent and most intense. But always wanted to be taking cash and taking painkillers, of all things. Maybe some food if he was hungry.
What other symptoms does he have? Any other symptoms of is he running a fever? I mean, what kind of medical checks have we done?
I think the best thing to do is, if you want that information, is to meet him yourself. I will, but he says is to meet him yourself. But, he goes on over these facts. Spivey vanished about 11 days ago from his parents' home in Groversville. He returned 9 days ago, dazed and with no knowledge of what had happened. He was ill and in a great deal of pain. His parents took him to a doctor the next day, and the doctor found only that Billy Ray was in inexplicable pain, but had a remarkable appetite. He had no bowel movements and didn't urinate. 7 days ago, Spivey went into a fit. His father attempted to hold him down and quiet him. Spivey punched his fist through his father's chest. Distraught, he fled down the road towards town. In Groversville, he robbed the Sinclair Gas and Go of $65 and several packets of aspirin. He took the cashier's car and sped off down Highway 135. That cashier said that Spivey had no gun but demolished the counter with his bare hands. He then fled to Alabama and Georgia. Those who encountered him said he was manic with no real sense of what he was doing. He robbed gas of money, food, and painkillers. After the cashier in the videotape, the cashier died, and on the videotape in Alabama, the FBI took interest in the case. I got involved and realized there was something seriously wrong. Now, at a roadblock in Georgia, an FBI agent and a state trooper shot Spivey 4 times. The 4 bullets were barely enough to drop him. He was taken in, drugged, and examined. Analysis does show that his muscles in his arms and legs have entirely been replaced with this strange tissue that mimics human muscle but possesses non-human characteristics. Spivey possesses, what we can tell, tremendous muscular strength. But he tells me that if he was, and to quote him, pick up a car or anything of that nature, it would break his bones. Further examination of him, we found scars all over his arms and legs. Almost not visible. We had to look very closely to see these scars. They seem to have been closed with the same non-human material as the replaced muscle tissue. So all the scar tissue that you see is being held together by that same stuff that's made of the muscle. Here's the mission. I'm hoping you can go back to Groversville, investigate, see what's going on. Get for more information. You're going to have a cover story. You're investigating fictitious drug dealers connected to Spivey and find out what's going on. No.
Does he remember what happened to him during the days he was missing, or will he simply not talk?
He does not. He says he does not remember anything when he was missing.
I sort of expected that.
Now, I will tell you, in Groversville, there has been some strange occurrences. And Spivey's temporary disappearances are not the first. So I want you to go to Groversville and uncover what's going on. All right. What do you guys want to do?
Go talk to the kid before we leave.
Again,
I'd like to take a look at him, for sure.
All right. The kid, you walk in, you see the kid, he's about 18 years old. Further investigation information you get, he's the only child of Rich and Angel Spivey of Groversville, Tennessee. He just finished high school, and he was living with his parents and applying for jobs at like an auto plant about an hour away. You see this kid, normal looking kid, dressed in sneakers, blue jeans, a Metallica t-shirt, but he looks dazed. I'm guessing somebody with medicine of 20% or higher, or human intelligence, would notice that he looks heavily drugged. You also see that he's bound to the chair with a seemingly, just an outrageous amount of braces and wrappings. And you see 3 FBI agents standing guard in the room with M16A2 assault rifles.
So can we be in the room with him?
Yeah, you can be in the room with him.
So I'm gonna see if I can catch his eye and say, are you still in any pain?
And he kind of looks at you, and he just looks drugged. He kind of like... What was the question you asked him? Sorry.
If he's still in any pain.
He goes... Kind of.
What hurts? Can you describe it?
Everything. My limbs, they all hurt.
So, after you woke up like this, what's the last thing you remember? Where did you, what's your first memory of being in pain? Did you wake up somewhere, or?
I don't... It hurts. I don't know nothing. I can't... And he just kind of wistfully just like stares out into space.
Okay. I would say at this point, Chad kind of walks around him a little bit and tries to satisfy his curiosity about him, like kind of like take a little bit of muscle and like pinch it, see if he feels like a normal person and things like that, whatever he can get away with.
Everything, he's just drugged up. He doesn't really notice much. You touch him and it feels normal.
Feels okay.
He looks normal. His arms, his legs, they all look normal.
Yeah, they don't feel any different to me. Like the muscle still feels like regular old muscle.
Nope. They all feel normal.
Okay. I just kind of shrug and look at everybody else like, anything else you guys?
So with, human of 60, he didn't seem like he was lying or anything like that. He doesn't really remember anything.
Yeah, he doesn't really remember anything.
Might be still in shock.
Well, he's...
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get much more out of him.
Aaron, from what I've observed, do I notice any sort of like... Does it hint at any sort of like psychological condition or anything?
No, besides the drugs, that's all you can kind of think of.
Yeah, it just seems like he's...
Yeah, it's the drugs, and something else is just off. Like, he doesn't even, like, if you continue talking to him, you feel like he doesn't really understand what's been happening in the last 11 days for him. Even after. Like, when he came back, everything's kind of a blur. Of, like, just pain and it's a blur of motion and pain, as what the book describes.
So he's experienced some sort of like, at the very least, like retrograde amnesia or something. Like he was basically, whatever he experienced was too much, and he doesn't remember it clearly.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah,
okay.
He from the time that he was where he disappeared. By the time he came back, and even the time after he came back, he doesn't quite recall everything that's been going on. So even he coming back, he doesn't quite... He's having a hard time rationalizing anything that's going on with himself. So, with that, is there anything else you guys would like to do?
We're good.
No, not really, I don't think. Yep. So does anyone else have a car, or...
Well, yeah, I think you have the car.
So I guess you're all riding with me then. Okay.
I
was just looking at this group hoping that somebody else had a vehicle, but apparently not.
You finally hear the shorter guy in the back sort of pipe up and say, if we need another vehicle, I can get us a vehicle.
No, we can. Nah, we're fine.
Okay.
So, here's a couple things you'll learn about Groversville. It is once you read up notes as you're driving, I'm assuming you guys can read notes and figure out some things and you'll get this information. It is the county seat of Grover County in central Tennessee. Grover County is mostly agricultural, with numerous small towns scattered about. Groversville has a population of about 1,200 people. Its position as county seat and as the main stop along the stretch of Highway 135 has led to a greater prosperity than many of its neighbors enjoy. The town is located at the east end of two rows of steep hills, which converge at the Groverville end to form a sort of sideways V. The town's boundaries officially end with those hills, but a substantial number of farms operate beyond the hills that contribute to a lot to Groverville's economy. Now, recently, Groversville has become a hotbed of UFO activity. Residents have been seeing strange lights in the sky for several months. Some farmers have reported finding their cattle vivisected or otherwise operated on, including some cows that still live. Beginning a few weeks ago, a few residents found that they could not account for periods of time ranging from a few hours to a couple of days. These residents' memory simply ended before the missing time and resumed at the end. The stories have been covered skeptically in the local paper of record and scornfully everywhere else. So, with that, I'm going to give you guys and activate it. An evidence board that helps you guys out here.
Did we get a list of those who have reported these missing times from the FBI folks?
It's all from the newspapers.
Okay.
You'll probably get more of that information. I don't have the exact information to give you at this time, but
okay.
So, you guys can see here, it's Groverville, Tennessee with the maps.
Family Video.
It is 1996.
Also, the Holy Things Baptist Church. They love potluck.
So, one of the main places that you can stay at, and it's the only hotel in town, is Merle's Shut Eye.
Okay. Merle literally owns half this town, just saying.
Mm-hmm.
My brother Merle and my other brother Merle.
So, you guys drive into town. And I leave it up to you guys what you want to do. You can meet up with the local what's it called? The local sheriff and talk to them more information. You could do a lot of things. It's all very open. You could talk to Spivey's mother. So it is a motel. The Shut Eye is a smallish 12-room motel owned by Merle Barn. He is the richest man in Groversville. That's not saying much, but Merle is the head of the board of aldermen. But he also owns Merle's County Bunker, the only establishment in Groversville allowed a liquor license, and Merle's Auto and Body.
So after we get here, this is at least my... I'll posit this, I guess, to the group while we're coming into town. I was thinking along the lines of going to get a bite to eat from the diner and trying to get the waitress who has hopefully heard of some gossip around town. I want to try to, like, personally, my thought process is to get back to the person who went missing first. Try to find whoever the first rumored person who went missing out of this group.
Okay.
Thoughts?
That sounds good.
We can do that. Do you guys want to check into the hotel first or motel?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, we could check in and drop our stuff off.
All right. I want everyone to give me a luck roll for me, please.
That
top of the sheet, like not really on the sheet, but up where you can close it.
Roll luck. Gotcha.
I see. I don't know which one was mine.
83.
I failed.
Chat messages. There we go.
Yeah.
2 successes, 2 failures.
Okay. So net even. So as you guys are setting up or going to your rooms, or let's just say you park your car. You go in to take care of the rooms. You get 2 rooms, no problem. And let's see, Danny, you notice someone's like curtain opens up and looks at you all as you're coming out of the car and quickly closes it.
Those meddling kids.
Yep.
I'll just tell it to the group as we're going in.
Yeah, it just seems something strange.
Either somebody's
Room
bored
next to us or a few down.
A few down, not far.
Okay.
You just noticed someone was kind of looking and then quickly closes it.
Either somebody's bored or this is somebody's really entertained by this. Front desk, I'll pull out a do they have a menu or a flyer from RR's diner?
Yeah, of course they do. You can grab it. They have normal food. The RR diner. It's just a little bit down the street.
Okay.
So you can head to the diner. You can talk to his mother. May give you some more information. You guys want to head down to the diner, have like lunch or something at this point?
Yeah, I just want to see if I can strike up a conversation. Like I said, try to weed out who the first person who went missing was, like who the first rumored person to go missing was. Figure the local waitress usually knows the gossip, so especially in a small town like this.
So do you actually just start chatting with her? So like you guys also just
I want to try to bring up nonchalantly. I think I'm fairly good at persuasion. I'm not like you know.
So here's what I'm gonna say. You come up to the diner. Do you guys just get a booth? Yeah. You get in a booth. What's the best way I can? It just feels like it's like Reservoir Dogs. All 4 guys just sitting on a booth, having coffee.
Yeah.
Nobody start talking about tips.
And this younger woman, maybe
that would have been a 4-year-old movie at this point. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Ugh.
You sit at the diner. She comes up. She goes, "What y'all have?"
I'll take the greasiest thing on the menu.
All right. Depends. How do you like your grease?
Deep fried.
All right, Monte Cristo for you.
I take my suit coat out to make sure it doesn't, get dripped on.
Anybody else?
As he's ordering, he just kind of looks up at her and goes, "Yeah, can you tell me, you have pie?"
We have some peach. We have apple.
Pie.
Oh, what's your favorite?
I have a tendency towards the apple, to tell the truth.
All right. Well, I'll take me a slice of that apple pie there and a cup of coffee, if you don't
Cup of
mind.
coffee.
He just kind of gives her a little smile.
Would you like that with a scoop of ice cream?
Oh, well, aren't you the sweetest? Absolutely, yes. Thank you very much.
She looks at you, grins.
A la mode. They call that a la mode.
She goes, "Very astute, and what would you like?"
I'll just have a black coffee.
Sound good. And you, sir? Yeah.
Well, I'm the same as him. I'll do the apple pie and a cup of coffee.
Sounds great. Be right back. You guys are sitting around. Do you guys have anything to talk about while you're there before she comes back with food? Or you start hearing around people talking around if you're just kind of listening.
Mm-hmm.
You hear something about if there's a couple of things that kind of turn your ear a little bit. One being the UFO weirdo guy they're talking about. This UFO weirdo guy, this Adams guy. Because you hear this farmer sitting next to one of the guys, and you hear about this Adams guy going around asking questions a couple of days ago. And they're having conversations. Yeah, he was really annoying. He had all these questions about the UFOs going around, the lights or whatever. It's all shit anyways. He's like, yeah. He's kind of an annoying little shit, wasn't he? Yeah. Did he leave? I don't know.
My character hearing this, he kind of moseys over towards him. And what was the name he heard?
Adams.
Oh, did you guys run into that Adams fella too? He was asking me all sorts of questions.
He looks at you. And he goes, yeah, it was about a day or two ago. He was going around asking this gentleman about his cows, and about my cows.
The hell? Why would he ask you about cows?
Well, a couple of my cows died, and there's a farmer that's a little bit more distant. His cow has no water.
Oh. Well, I was gonna ask you if it was colic or something that got your two, but never heard of no colic. Taking an udder.
No, it's really weird, but it still produces milk. Saw it with my own eyes.
You're telling me there's a cow with no udder that produces milk?
Swear a hand to God.
Well, hell, maybe that's why this weird little shit's asking so many questions.
Maybe, but he's annoying as shit. I mean, we've lost a couple of cows here and there, but that's nothing too insane.
I'll look over my shoulder now that's something I'd like to see. A cow with no udder. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Is this something we can see? I am interested right now. That is for sure.
Yeah, you can. It's a small place out of town. He's talking about these. He goes, "It's the Gum Farm, Robert Gum."
Huh. So does he think it was, he thinks that aliens are taking people and messing with cows. Like what?
He's a nut. He's a UFO nut. Whatever he thinks it's nut. It's got to be absolute malarkey.
All right. Well, sorry to hear he bothered you too. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. I just didn't know he was running around harassing people. I ran into him.
And your name?
Oh, my name's David. We were just visiting.
What'd you visit him for?
Oh, me. I used to have family in the area.
Oh, really? Well, my family's been around for a while. Do I know? Do I know?
Oh, hell, I don't know. I didn't grow up around here myself.
But you have family here?
Did, yeah. Yeah, no, I was just,
Well, nice speaking with you. As he gets up, he takes his coat, puts on a 20 on the table, and he walks out.
He just whistles and walks away. Sits down to wait on his pie.
Not long. I mean, it's all within 10 minutes. The pie comes out, with ice cream. Your coffees go around. Monte Cristo takes about 15-20 minutes. With fries. It is a greasy mess, but it looks actually really good. It has a really nice black raspberry like dip that goes alongside it. So, with this little bit of information, what do you guys want to do next?
I mean, we don't have to play it out, but if I strike out a conversation with the waitress, just trying to ask, trying to figure out what I want to purchase. Yeah, I'm sitting at this table with a pretty motley crew, so I don't know how much professional.
Well, about this Adams guy. You could ask about who this Adams guy is, or
Yeah.
This new information.
That's actually what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna, just like in between when she's checking on us, just sort of nonchalantly ask her about the Adams guy, and just sort of, as we're talking about it.
Yeah, she looks.
He said something about missing people. You guys have had folks go missing?
Well, they've always come back, my dear, but it's just concerning that they don't remember what happened to them. But
yeah, you don't normally see stuff around parts like this. Smaller town. You normally see crazy stuff like that in a city somewhere.
Yeah, it's very strange.
How long's this been happening for?
Couple weeks now.
Oh, recent. Wow.
Okay.
And I heard it started with what was their name? Who was that first one that went missing?
She's not exactly sure. I only know the recent one was the Spivey boy.
I saw that in the news.
Yeah, it was horrid what happened to him. If you ask her about Adam, she goes, I haven't seen him in about a day. He usually comes in for breakfast, and I haven't seen him. He told me.
Who was Adams again?
Scott. Adam. He's the UFO nut.
Oh, the UFO nut. Okay.
Oh, got it.
He goes, Scott. He usually comes in for breakfast, and I haven't seen him in the last day or two. He's over at the Shut Eye.
Oh yeah, that's where we're staying.
Oh, nice establishment.
I'm not sure if there's any other choice in town, but yeah, it seemed pretty nice right off the bat.
She said, well, if you don't mind, here's your check. Just pay whenever. Take your time. And she walks off. So you have a couple things you can do. You can go see the sheriff. You go see Angel Spivey, who's the mother. You now have Scott, possibly Adams to talk to. Scott Adams, the weird UFO nut, maybe to talk to.
I mean, knowing he's staying at the motel, I would say my gut instinct is he was probably the one that peeked through the window. At least that would be my assumption at this point with the information I have.
While we're sitting here, he sort of slowly looks at the guy in the suit, and he goes, "What bureau did you work for?"
Not work for Secret Service. Not presidential detail though, or anything like that.
Yeah, actual Secret Service. Great.
Yeah, put good use to the accounting work. I feel like I could make more money in the private sector, but I like what I do.
Look, how do I say this? We're gonna have to rely on your credentials because I'm technically not supposed to operate within national borders.
One of them, okay. No, I'm fine with that. No, I'm good. That's never been an issue before. I mean, I frequent in these towns, small towns like this. A bank inspector usually works pretty well as a cover, and I do have an extra ID that shows that, works a little bit better than the Secret Service. People start lifting some eyebrows in those instances. But bank inspector, Treasury Department, people usually look the other way for the most part.
We love a lie that's not a lie. Just kind of chuckles.
But no, I'm perfectly fine with that. That's why I'm in the government car and all that kind of stuff. Is to be able to use those connections if needed.
Yeah. Sorry, that was actually a realization I had that my character has assets, but he can't use them officially because the CIA doesn't operate in the United States.
But I will say, you have, usually in many covers, because you're Delta Green,
yeah,
you have a la Supernatural FBI ID.
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I will say, I will allow that because that makes sense. You would just have it. Like,
I mean, I do have a disguise kit,
right?
So that kind of, that's part of my thing.
Yeah, you have FBI. You have an FBI badge that is pretty good. Like, I'll say you're allowed to have it. I
love that because one of the. Oh, and I would think he would love it because one of the things that the CIA is expressly forbidden, one of the only identities they cannot take
is FBI.
Well, yes, but they can't impersonate diplomatic personnel, they can't impersonate clergy, and they can't impersonate other law enforcement, basically, because they're not supposed to be operating in the United States. So yeah, those are like the three covers that they're not allowed to.
Well, I will say you have come across, because of Delta Green, you've had to do this. There's no other way around it.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is that he would find it funny because it's like, haha.
And you would use it respectfully in some situations. You wouldn't be sending it going to a sheriff's office and pushing that badge out. That would be
and being like,
that would be a little close.
Yeah.
And they do provide you, like Delta Green. I would say he provides you some basic credentials if need be. A flash of a badge from one of you guys is more than enough to get information or to be able to do what you need to do. So, Now, here's the deal. You guys, this is not like D&D. I want to let you know now. You guys can separate the party. You can go do separate things. I encourage it even, because it could work out even to your benefit. Or you guys could all stick together. I'm okay with whatever you guys decide what to do. What is it?
Oh wow, I didn't realize they had actual breakdowns of each like federal
Yeah.
They have a whole bunch
agency, so you can.
So, what is it you'd like to do next, guys?
Should we go look for the UFO guy? I feel like that's a...
I mean, you also have the UFOs themselves saying that there's these lights in the sky. You could sit out at night and investigate.
She said that the UFO guy comes in every day normally and didn't come in today.
Yeah.
Or yesterday, right?
Yeah, today or yesterday, yeah. Seems kind of odd. You also can go see the sheriff. You also can go see Angel, Spivey, the mother. And that could lead to some more information. Whatever you guys decide.
Figure out where the UFO guy is.
You think that's what you guys want to do?
Or is the UFO guy in the hotel?
He's at the he's at the motel.
Oh, okay.
The last thing you know is that he's at the motel. That he's staying at the motel. So, do you guys want to go investigate the motel? Or go to the motel, or what?
Yeah, I would say... Sorry, I was getting food. I would say... I'm kind of curious with my gut instinct of him checking cars, like checking through his. If my assumption's right, and he's looking through his window of his motel room, and like when he hears a car show up or something like that, then I kind of do want to go figure out what he's overly concerned about if he was going out every day before that.
Sure. So you guys drive from the diner and head back to the hotel room. I don't know if to the hotel. Or a motel, and how do you want to investigate? Do you guys want to go to the front desk, or you don't even know what room he's in? So,
well, I know what room he was in from the shades going open. Right?
You could go knock on.
That's just some random person, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're just working on an assumption that was probably him, but we don't know for sure.
Sure.
Want to go to the front desk and ask for a name, or do we want to go knock on doors?
It's up to
I
you
would
guys.
assume it was the guy that moved the shade to look.
Yeah,
But we can ask.
I mean, running off that, we could always knock on the door. It was still somebody shady.
Yeah, why don't we go knock on his door? Or the persons that opened the shades when we're coming in.
You go over to the door. Who's going over to the door?
I'll go up to the door.
You knock. You hear some shuffling in the room. and you see it slightly open, the door, and you see a young girl, maybe about 17, 18 years old, looking through the crack, and she goes, "Hello?"
Hey, we're just in a hotel here. But we're looking for some people. What are you doing here?
She goes, "I'm not interested," and she goes to close the door.
I'll just go back to the group and just tell them that there's a teenager in there, and she got kind of like snippy at me and just kind of closed the door on my face.
Okay.
Go to the front desk, see if we can get the information from Mr. Adams' room. I just want to see if it lines up with that girl's room or not. Go to the front desk and just be like,
yeah.
Hey, just came from the diner. I can't remember what the waitress's name is if you gave it to us, but she was wondering where Mr. Adams was. He hasn't shown up in the last couple days. I heard he was staying here. What room's he in? I just want to make sure everything's all right.
I can't really give you that information. We kind of do respect people's privacy.
I flash my badge and be like, well, I am an official government agent, just trying to do a welfare check on behalf of a concerned citizen here in town.
He looks at it for a second, and then he looks back, and he goes, all right. He grabs a key, and it's just one of those little key, like plastic keys, you know. He goes up. Mm-hmm. He goes, come with me. And he goes and knocks on the door. And he goes, Scott? Mr. Adams? No sound. Nothing. Knocks again. And he then hands you the key. He opens he goes chink, and you hear the chink, and he hands you the key.
Okay. I'll definitely announce myself loudly at this point. We've already been knocking. Mr. Adams, this is because I didn't think of it. Agent Smith, coming in.
So you go to open the door, and you notice you have to push a little hard to open. And as you push, you notice there's a rolled, like, towel where the crack in the door would be. And you open the door.
Coming out.
Huh?
I'm just trying to think of any weird smells coming out. Like,
yeah, I'm getting there. You enter the motel room and you find it is completely dark in the room, and a horrible odor comes to your nose. It's completely dark in there besides the light you're getting.
Do I recognize this odor?
Yes. It is definitely of death.
So I say to the rest of the group, if you don't have any experience with cadavers, you may want to step outside.
You go to click the light switch in the room, and the light looks like it's busted.
He pulls out he's got a little like the 1990s like slightly larger version of our little pocket flashlights.
You see the room is in
mini mag lights.
The mini mag lights.
Yeah, the little mini mag lights. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember what they were.
You see, like it's hard for you to kind of see. You can go over to the windows, and you see the windows. Like you see that like blankets have covered up all the windows. Do you remove the blanket and all that stuff so you can bring light into the room?
I just remove one for now. I don't want people looking in, kind of.
Well, yeah, the blinds and the stuff, the curtain is still there, but it's still enough to get light in the room. And you see,
oh, gotcha.
The room is in really weird disarray. Many of his clothes are folded up neatly on a table, while others are tossed into a corner. There are food containers littering the floor. On the bed rests a portable computer. It's a Macintosh PowerBook plugged into the wall.
I'm going to open it up.
Yeah.
It is a Macintosh. Yeah, it's definitely that. It's a PowerBook Macintosh PowerBook. As you guys start looking at that computer. You say that it's connected to the phone connections for internet, and it seems like that's been on. You go to do that, Brandon. The smell is what's going to keep you away from the computer at that point.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find the dead person.
You come up to the door where the bathroom is very similar to your room. You open up the bathroom door, and you see in a tub a man in water. But not water, it's a tub full of bloody water. Man's about 34 years of age, heavy set, curly black hair, and a bushy beard. He's wearing boxer shorts and a t-shirt. It says Knoxville Fantasy Con 1989. And it looks like slashes inflicted on his wrists as he killed himself. When you come up closer, there's something very strange, though. You notice a bulge on the top right of Adam's head. It's about whitish tissue, about 3 inches in diameter. And it doesn't look like human tissue.
He's going to inspect it, but not like inspect it. He's just kind of like getting closer to look at it.
And as you get closer to like kind of look at stuff, you see things start moving in the water. And suddenly, splash, this thing comes flying through the air. Onto the ceiling is this mass of whatever it is.
He's going to try to, as soon as he sees something like shoot out, he's going to try to dodge backwards. He's like going to try to, not like, like roll, but like he's going to try to like drop back out of the room as quickly as he can. Yeah. Because he just saw some shit.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and take 15 minutes now. Because this is a good time with the dead body sitting in a tub.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we'll come back in about 15 minutes. Sound good, guys? All right. And we are back. And this is a nice image that it came with it, as you guys can see. Good image, you know.
Good image.
Yeah, gross.
Gross. As the
that.
As this stuff,
his binary thing just means he, him.
He...
By the way, it's his pronouns in binary.
Fuck.
Oh, dude.
That's amazing and fuck, Glenn.
Okay,
See him in binary.
Had to look it up.
That's amazing.
Glad.
Okay.
So, this thing comes out of the water and is coming up into the ceiling, and then it's going after you. What do you do, Brandon?
He is gonna, like, simultaneously, he's trying to, like, dodge backwards and pull his concealed weapon he has in his waistband.
Okay. First thing I'll want you to roll, probably which makes sense, is a dodge out of the way of the thing that's coming after you. So that would be
character sheet.
I know.
There is an actual dodge.
Yeah. And I failed, even though it's one of my skills.
The thing lands on your skin, and it just starts.
Oh, I hate that.
Going up your arm towards your orifices to your eye, like to your head, towards your head.
Okay. Seeing that, his immediate instinct is, instead of, because we were, he was dodging first and then going for his weapon. Now he's not going for the gun he has hidden in his waistband. He's going for the knife he has hidden in his belt.
Okay.
And he's going to try to, even if it hurts him, he's going to try to, like, stab this thing.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll with the knife. If you don't have a knife damage in there, you can add it, I think.
Oh, I do. I have.
Okay.
Equipment, knife. So what do I roll for knife, I'm guessing?
Mm-hmm.
Fail!
Failure. As you go in and you stab yourself in the arm, what is the hit damage for it?
1d4.
You take 1 point of damage. As you stab yourself in the arm, and as it moves, it kind of like moves out of its way as it comes up your head. If you guys around you are suddenly hearing this, what are you doing?
Well, okay.
Imagine. Go ahead.
I was just wondering what we would hear.
Oh, you hear sudden, like, he's dropping to the ground. He's making a lot of noises, like,
I literally tried to spring backwards and then stab myself. So you would at least hear me spring backwards. I would think, if I didn't even end up out of the doorway.
Like,
I'm assuming we're still outside, right? Because of the smell. You were the only one that went in
to the bathroom.
You guys.
Yeah.
Well, no,
to the
smell
bathroom.
in the whole hotel
guys...
room was terrible. They said.
Oh, I was on the laptop.
I was gonna say, one of you went to the laptop.
Oh, well, you're medical, so you'd probably be used to it. I was sitting outside the door gagging every time I tried to poke my head in.
Yeah, I was on the laptop.
This is why I went into an accounting, but
Yeah, the smell is overwhelming, and this is happening, and you're freaking out.
Would have probably been with Chris.
So I'm probably, like, I would say that I'm, I figured we'd get to that, but I'm trying to figure out if I could get into this guy's laptop. Was I able to, like, get anywhere? Because that's going to tell what I'm...
Yeah, you were just about opening up as he was going into the bathroom, so I'm saying this is happening congruently.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm like totally absorbed in what I'm, like, about to look at, and so I'm kind of like, I hear something's going on, but I'm going to be like, like kind of like out of the corner of my, you know, like, hey, you all right in there? But I'm still looking at the laptop.
Yeah, you're now you're hearing screaming at this point, like like this is a small little motel room, like.
Okay, all right, yeah. Then you know, after that, after I hear him like scream and I realize that it's an actual struggle, I'm gonna get up and go in there.
You go in there and you see this thing reaching up onto his neck now. This little pro-magnet thing, this goo on his neck.
Okay. So here's the thing. This guy is a scientist at the CDC, and he, like, his protocol when he would see something like this is not going to be to jump in and help. It's going to be to, like, make sure it doesn't spread. like he's not going to want to touch this thing or allow this thing to spread. So I'm trying to think of what would he even fucking do?
I would say once I hear screaming, I would probably be like, "Oh shit," and I'd be like gagging but running through the room to go help. Like I wouldn't be enjoying it, but I'd be on my way.
Like the bathroom is right to your left. Like, you know how a lot of times the bathrooms in motel rooms are like right there.
Like right inside, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, like, he has a moment of, like, panic where he does, like, his like desire to, like, help is conflicting with his desire to, like, close the door and, like, lock it, and he just is frozen for a minute while that happens, and that's when you would get there.
I would definitely, like, push past him. I'm gonna try to get this thing off of.
Okay, how do you want to do this? How do you want to get this thing off of him?
With my hands. I don't think I would have, like, a knife on me.
Okay.
All I have is a gun. I'm not gonna shoot him, so with my hands.
Okay, go ahead and make an unarmed attack.
Is the door available, like, could the door swing closed?
To which bathroom?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're gonna shut us in here, aren't you?
I'm gonna close the door.
Yep. That's what I figured.
You succeed in grabbing the thing, but then it starts running up your arm. As then you're like, ah!
I'll look at the other guy and be like, "You got the knife, do something."
Yeah. I don't understand. Oh, well, first of all, it's not applying my unarmed skill to my knife attacks, so...
The knife skill has its own knife skill. It wouldn't use your unarmed.
So what does it use?
Does it not? No, I thought because my gun would use my firearm.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Melee weapon. Oh, it's because melee weapons are their own thing. Yeah, so he is.
You rolled a 26. Which
seeing as how he's already. All right. Yeah. He would stab at it again. Fuck it.
And you go to like, you see it up. You like get yourself up quickly, and you just go, and it goes against the wall as this stuff is still moving around on the knife. As you guys.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it not like stab as in like stab down again because he learned from his own?
You're stabbing to the side off of him.
Yeah, into the wall. Into the wall.
Into the wall, and you see this goop is just now moving on this knife, and it's not able to leave. As you guys, I would assume, run out that fucking door.
Yeah. Oh no, that's why I see immediately as soon as he sees it still moving, he's like, out of the room now.
I had closed the door.
Yeah, they're gonna open it.
I imagine you like putting your back against it. We just casually open it up with you leaning against it.
No, I don't think he would. I don't think he would block the doorway. He's not that much of a dick. But like, yeah. But he just closed it.
They open it. So I bum rush against the door to close it again.
Right. As this is happening, they all hear this kerfuffle as you guys open the door again, and you see, your cohort standing there. You see the media specialist standing there, and you look out the door and you see this. You see the motel worker standing there, like, what the fuck? Then the motel owner, like, not owner, but like the proprietor, runs over to go to the phone to the motel. Starts running
as
off.
As he runs to the phone.
You know that it's what this person is doing.
Yeah, he grabs the scientist. Literally grabs him by the shirt collar, even though you're probably much larger than him, and he looks up at you in your eyes and goes, "You're gonna use your CDC credentials and make this right now."
He's like, what do you mean make it right? I mean, we've got to quarantine this place. We've got to make sure.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, yes. And I'm gonna go find the nearest phone.
Yeah.
I think it's the way that other person just ran.
So,
okay.
Did you guys leave the door open to the bathroom, or do you guys?
No, I crashed it shut.
Crashed it shut. All right. About, I don't know. You start calling. You want to call the CDC on this right away? Or do you want to wait for police or anything like that first? What do you want to do?
Well, what I was hoping he would do, but, he's doesn't have enough time in the moment to explain, I didn't want to metagame it, but, it's kind of a, like, hey, you're the CDC, go tell him this is something to do with some weird sickness, and get him to not report this, because you're already here.
Yeah, like I my first thought would be to go and find the guys who are running, and tell them that they cannot tell anybody.
Okay.
Right. Flash credentials.
Right.
Like
So,
I'm chatting with go ahead.
Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a 40% plus 40% chance. I'm adding it, so it's like getting like super advantage on this, which is like their persuasion, whatever your persuasion is.
Okay.
Plus 40%, because you have the credentials. You have.
So am I still rolling persuade, and then we're just going to adjust it after?
Yeah, I don't know if it does. I don't know if you can adjust it. Maybe you click it and you can adjust it.
You can just type in it.
Yeah, you can modify target plus.
Modify. Okay, it says I can modify the target. That's
what you want to do. Plus 40, because that'll make anything below whatever your persuade plus 40 is success.
Okay. Plus 40.
Mm-hmm.
Or negative 40, whatever it is. That'll.
No, it'd be plus, because your normal persuade's 40, right?
Yeah, it says success. Yeah.
Okay. You succeed in chilling out this motel guy, and you flash the credentials, and he's like, okay.
I need to use your phone right now.
He hands you a wire, one of those antenna, like it's just a wireless phone, but in 1995, you know what it is? It's like a
yeah.
It's not a cell phone. It's just a
Yeah,
wireless.
And so I'm gonna like find a private place and try to call our handler actually first.
Don't get too far away from that receiver.
I lean into David and just say, do you think this kid's bright enough to start wondering why there's a Secret Service agent and a CDC person all coming here at once?
I think if he's anything like the rest of us, he was about 3 seconds away from shitting directly in his pants. So now I'm hoping he didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Okay.
I gotta turn your volume up just a little bit because you're just like.
Oh yeah, because I went with small quiet man voice.
Small quiet man voice. You went with the Bane voice.
Yeah.
Oh. So yeah, you call. So like, while you're calling the handler, who's at the door of the bathroom?
Oh, I am still. I still have my gun. Like,
right.
I'm fucking ready.
We're all over there, I think.
Okay, so here's what I want you to do. There's a, I forget what it's called. Like listening. I can't remember what it is. There is a general listening thing.
There's... Is it alertness?
It's alertness.
It seems like it.
Yeah.
Seems like it could be it.
Oh, success. There was some movement before, even with the door closed, but after about 5 minutes, it started getting quiet in the room again.
You just hear, you hear him sigh again, and he hands his knife to the Secret Service guy, and he's like, "Here you go. Let's hope you don't have to return the favor." And he just like starts to crack the door open a little bit.
Mm-hmm. As you crack the door open, you look around and you see nothing's there. No movement, nothing.
I'm gonna like, so for like description, Aaron, he's trying to like crack the door open just enough.
Yeah.
To like poke his little flashlight in there and see what happened with the thing that he stabbed.
Yep, it's no longer there. You see the knife is in the wall, and there's nothing there.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that at all. And he's like scanning the, like, he's got the door like at this point probably like a quarter to half open, and he's just like, he's white guy in a horror movieing it right now is what is the exact like
So you notice, yeah, slightly, but not it's not horrendous.
So like I didn't know if that was your soundtrack or not, and it like transitioned seamlessly, and I was like, what is sorry, go on.
So you hear this going on. You've kind of like tempered the attitude of the motel person not to call, not to say anything. The CDC guy has seemed to quiet it down. You call the handler. Correct?
Yes.
So a couple rings. You put in a special code. You say a special code. Red Leader 24 calling in for Red Leader 12. And you go, okay. A couple of minutes. It rings. It rings. It rings. And it goes to a voicemail.
Okay. All right. I'm going to leave a message. I'm going to say, I think we have a containment situation here. I'm going to need you to contact me as soon as possible. We are trying to contain the organism, but we don't know. We really don't know the risks here, and I think we have a serious potential quarantine situation. You can contact this number, get a message to I just
you have cell phones.
You know how to get hold of me.
You have cell phones. So.
Okay, cool. Okay. Oh yeah. All right. Well, then why didn't I just use the damn cell phone to call him? Huh. Okay.
Well, you just grabbed the phone. I mean, like,
yeah, okay.
Either
Sorry,
one
I didn't
works.
even think about it.
Either one works.
I was thinking we were pre-normal cell phones at this point.
Yeah, me too. Me
so
too.
Do we all have like Motorola bricks, like the giant ones?
Well, what things?
96.
96. What did they have in 96?
I don't think a lot.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I would say the rest of you probably don't have cell phones, like full-on cell phones, but I would imagine I have a full-on sat phone at this point. Because he's got like
I'll tell you,
96 was the old flip phone, the original.
It was pagers too. Pagers were the rage.
Yeah. Pagers were big. Yeah.
Because 98 was the first like little Nokia.
I wish
like,
I still had a
change
pager.
faceplates.
So they had the Motorola flip phone, the little flipper.
Yeah.
That was around. That was brand new though. Cell phones in 1996. They had the Nokias that were pretty hefty. The Nokia 1610, which were big fatties.
You used the hotel phone because you didn't want to use your roaming data.
There was a Nokia 8110, which was the slide, the one that went like this.
Mm-hmm.
It popped out like that. Instead of it flipping, it just went to get to the dialer.
Also, I'll leave this up to you, Aaron, but I would imagine as an international agent, I would have access to whatever the communication tool was for like DARPA at the time.
So
like all our shit the military has 10 years before we.
Yeah. So the StarTAC was the. So to let you know, in 1996, the StarTAC was created by Motorola, was the phone that started the whole revolution of the flip phone. So we're at the age of the flip phone. It just started.
Oh well, just started. Okay, I was like, I knew we had to be borderline, but I was thinking 96 was just before it.
So, yeah, they do exist. It's just everything's on roaming. Everything's roaming.
And there were sat phones in the 90s as well, so you probably would have had access to a sat phone instead of just like normal.
Yeah.
So, you've called, left a voicemail, you come running back in, and you see that they've opened the door and started looking around, and there's nothing different. There's nothing going on. Like, it's like they're gone. That thing is, the creature or whatever it was is gone.
Is the body still there?
The body's still there. Oh no, yeah, the body's still there in the water. The bloody water. Looked like he committed suicide.
So while he's doing that, I wanted to piece together like the rolled up carpet on the door. Was that something that this guy did?
Yeah, it was a towel.
I got 70 forensics.
Right, it was a towel. It looks like somebody like. He did not want light showing in that room at all. Nothing. Even the lights to the rooms were all broken. Like as if he purposely broke them so they couldn't be even turned on.
Huh. All right.
So,
well,
you want to go to the computer real quick? Whoever was at the computer?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the computer.
Okay. The computer itself is not safeguarded.
Oh, good.
Spawn, and looking through it, is first is a file of notes, and let me see if I can pop it up for you.
The password is my luggage.
Let me see if I can pop it up for you. Sorry. I don't know why I'm getting like interference on my device. I'm just saying wow, wow. Anyways.
Popped here downstairs. 1 second.
So while you're looking that up, from a forensics perspective, does it look like this guy actually did commit suicide?
Looks like it. Make sure you're going to the right notes. Yep. So you first see these notes here. I'm going to show it to you. Bloop. That's not what I wanted to show you. What the hell?
Am I allowed to read that?
Don't read it.
Okay.
I don't know why it did that. It should not have gave you full access to the entire thing.
Well, the one he popped up is what they already briefed us at the FBI system, because I started reading through the first 2 lines before he said that.
Yeah, so
it's just what we were told.
This is what I wanted you guys to see. Okay. Jesus. So. You guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Livestock mutilations. Jeff Owens, 555-1243. 3 cows, 818488. Margaret Allison, 555-4628. 1 goat, 82. Jeremy Dark, 555-9258. About 20 chickens. 86. Others? Does anybody else want to keep talking? Someone else wants to read this?
I can.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Gum, no phone. 1 cow, missing udder but in good
I
health.
was muted that whole time. I was reading. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. Purpose? Others like this, operated on and released. 9-6, spotted 3 more in roadside survey. Not sure who farmer was. Missing time, Bud Aldrich. 5:55 to 70 or to 42:90. 8:08, 1 hour. 8:15, 1 hour. 8:29, 3.5 hours. Louisa May, that's phone number. 8:10, 3 hours. Chopper sightings. Emily's Hills area, 9/6, 9 p.m. 9/6, 11 p.m. 9/7, 10:40 p.m. Multiple flash and discharge. Lights. Many. Everyone's seen a few. No correlation I can find, but reports are very sketchy and unreliable. Crop circles. Bo Laramie, 8/26, 9/3. J.A. P, 3 weeks equals 6 months. Refuses RX. Got a room for her at the Shut-Eye. Allen, Barn, Thomas, Jacobs, Cartwright, and Anderson never go home.
Love me some crop circles.
What is J.A.?
He has to be the girl who our friend over here tried to go talk to. If he put her up in a room.
Is that where we are? The Shut-Eye?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another file.
Someone's scoping out the hotel.
If someone else wants to read this file.
I got it. I'm wondering about the possibility that the brain translates information in the terms of the extrasensory, and that's why it achieves intuition and common sense. Intuition and common sense. For evidence of ESP or the extrasensory perception, look for the coincidence, especially within words of significance. If I leave you with a few words that are significant to me personally as examples, if you write down the word of choice, underline the letters OI of choice, and underline, insert the binary code that O1, of course, you will see that the difference between I and the 1 is of the number with no head on it.
So I'm going to stop you there. This is basically gibberish. Nothing makes sense of it. I can let you keep going on, but it is gibberish. It makes no sense.
I miss 1990 Scotch tape, by the way.
And then finally, there's this third file called Message. Who has... It requires... I need a computer science or a SIG intelligence test. That's what I need to do.
I have SIG in.
Science at 40. Let's see. Oh, can you pop up that third one, Aaron? Sorry.
What do you mean third what?
The third thing you shared with us after.
There's nothing to share there. I will tell you what you get.
You need a computer science. What was the other one?
A computer science or a SIG intelligence.
I failed.
Another failure.
Derek also failed.
I mean, I technically have computer science. I'm just not great at it.
Fail train!
I have no SIGINT, so I can't do anything there.
3 failures equals a success, right?
Yeah.
Just one more. Do you have any computer science or SIG intelligence? Brandon? Or Greg?
Greg.
Sorry.
No.
Yeah, I was
No.
I looked.
Okay. Yeah, you can't really figure out. It's just this. It just sounds like. It just sounds off. Everything's just. It's just noise.
It's sound file?
Yes.
Say the magic word.
Yeah, it's a sound file. You don't know. You can't understand why it just sounds like garbled noise.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that, you guys, what do you guys want to do next? You have a dead body in a motel.
Well, the first thing we got to do.
And you guys got a lot more information.
So David looks at the rest of the group and he says, do any of you have experience with site cleanup?
With what?
The field agents normally do that.
Alright. And
I mean, technically, the forensics skill does state that it can be used to clean up a crime scene with your knowledge of forensics. Yeah.
yeah. God, what would we even do? Because we can't take our normal D&D approach of just burn the fucking place down, which is what I was gonna do for a second there. But I feel like we can't leave this evidence out in the open.
Do you think you exposing it to light made it active again? I mean, it's obviously been in here a couple days in the dark, but then you open the curtains. And then we close the door on it. Now it's gone somewhere. I mean, if we have no way to contain it, we can just hope that doing what that guy did before and putting it dark in here might keep it dormant for a while longer till we can take care of it more officially.
Yeah. Alright. Let's try to lock this place up as best we can. He looks over at the guy from the CDC and says, no direction from our handler.
I left a message.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And
do you think the girl that he put up next door might know more?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And he just like turns around. Everybody's like, all right, let's just try to lock this place up as best we can and set back up our light trap here, I guess.
All right, so
while they're doing that, he's gonna try to walk next door and talk to this girl.
Okay, so you go over next door. Guess it's a couple of rooms over, but it's the same. You know which one it was, and you knock on the door.
What was her? Did we get her name from the?
It was just J.A.
It said P. Yeah, there was J.A. and P. Those were like weird abbreviations, but nothing else.
Yeah. 3 weeks equals 6 months.
Yeah, I was wondering about that part too. Maybe how long she was gone from our timeline versus what she felt on.
Yeah.
Hers.
Yeah. All right. So, since he doesn't hear her.
Well, it takes a minute to move it. Yeah, she does crack the door open.
Oh, okay.
And she goes, and she looks at you.
And he just kind of looks at her for a second and goes, "Look, I don't mean to startle you, but it looks like something happened to your friend a couple of doors down. And I saw in his room that he was helping you out, so I was just wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions."
She goes, something happened to Scott?
Unfortunately, yeah.
She opens the door and you see a 6-month pregnant woman. 18 years old, and she has a big belly. About 6 months, you would guess.
And the note said 3 weeks equals 6 months.
3 weeks equals 6 months.
Well, he doesn't really have medical knowledge. He would just recognize that she's pregnant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How far along she's.
Sorry, I shouldn't have given that much, but she's pregnant.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fair. If our doctor was there, he would have noticed that sight on sight. So that's fair for you to have given it out. I'm just saying, for my character, he wouldn't have any idea. So, he just kind of looks at her and says, "Did he say he was in any sort of danger?"
She's not. She's like, I don't know. I don't even know what's wrong with me.
He's gonna if she lets him, he's gonna obviously take cues off of her, but he's gonna try to kind of quietly close the door, and then he's gonna pull out his fake FBI badge, and he just looks at her and says, "Look, I'm just here to help."
And she looks at you and she just is super upset, and she goes, I wasn't this way 3 weeks ago. And she just kind of huddles back. She's back in the room, and you see tons of fast food, tons of food everywhere. And she's like, "I'm fucking starving. He was supposed to get me food."
How long's it been since you've eaten?
I don't know, a day? I've just been afraid to leave the room. He told me to stay in the room.
That was a good call. It was a good call. It's okay. We'll get you something to eat. I'll find some food. Is there are there any vending machines or anything at this place?
I assume around the corner.
All right. You stay here for a second. Let me get you some food. I'll talk to you in a minute, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna go and try to get at least some snacks or whatever he can try to rustle up for her.
Mm-hmm. So you go and do that. What is everyone else doing?
So where? I guess I'm not sure. I left off at the computer, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's the best, the most you got out of that computer is what you've got.
Right. Yeah, I know. I just don't know what.
There are other investigations you can go and do. You could also, what about this body? If you want to keep it quiet, you can try to. Sooner or later, you have to get some of the, maybe the police involved, possibly, but...
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how long are you going to hold off a dead body?
Yeah, that's why he wanted to talk to the girl to try to get some information before the cops get involved.
Yeah, I feel like he'd like to talk to the girl. I just don't think I know about her yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
And I personally wouldn't. I'm going to try to keep the cops out of it until we can figure out what that creature was and if it's still a threat. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Invite a bunch of local PD in there to.
Well, as far as you can tell, it looks like that creature is no longer there. And even the hump that was in his forehead is gone now. It's just a dead body.
Oh, that's great. That's even worse than I was thinking. Okay. Can I, with any of my skills, do I have any way of kind of trying to suss out why he committed suicide? I'm assuming he was maybe knew he was infected or something like that and was hoping to stop it, but
He drained the bathtub.
Something like that. You're not exactly sure. I mean, it's obviously something was wrong that caused him to want to kill himself. Maybe it was, excuse me, trying to make sure that this disease doesn't pass or whatever it is that's going on. Do you say something, Brandon or Nick, to tell them, hey, the kid, or David, do you tell them, like, hey, there's this, she's maybe willing to talk or something?
Yeah, but I'm gonna, I kind of, like, on my way back from getting snacks, I'm gonna talk to the doctor, and I kind of say to him, hey, I'm gonna need your help in a minute. But let me do the talking first.
That's sort of cryptic. Are you gonna give me any idea what's going on, or?
There's a girl next door. I figured out what 3 weeks equals 6 months mean. She's pregnant. She says she's only been gone for 3 weeks, and I don't know anything about medicine, but I can tell you she's not 3 weeks pregnant.
Okay, alright, okay. I want to see this.
Yeah, just kind of hang back. She's still a little gun shy, okay?
Okay, I'm not carrying a firearm, so it's gonna be okay.
He just, like, face palms and, like, walks out of the room.
You walk, yeah, you follow, you have, like, some snacks.
Yeah.
You have some ho-hos and a couple of Twinkies that you've taken out of a machine.
Yeah, just whatever I can find.
You knock on the door. She opens it. She sees the ho-hos and Twinkies in your hands. She grabs them, like, and just, like, scarfs them down, almost like not even taking the time to, like, take the wrapper off. It's like she's just squeezing them open to break them.
Yeah.
She is starving.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's the only thing I can find.
Yeah, she doesn't care. She's eating. She's starved. Which is weird. It's not like she's been not eating for a week.
Yeah, we'll get you out of here. We'll get you some more food. But first, I need to ask you some questions. And then I'm gonna have a friend of mine who's a doctor take a look at you. Is that okay?
She kind of looks at you nervously. And she just...
Don't worry.
She just shakes her head.
Okay. So first thing, did Nick say... Nick, what was
Adam.
Adam. Did Mr. Adams, did he say he was sick or anything?
No. He was fine.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him?
2 days ago?
Okay, that checks out. Did he say anything to you the last time you saw him?
No, he just told me to stay in my room and that he was going to get help.
Okay. And, the last time you saw him, did you see any marks on his skin or anything? Did you notice anything different about him?
And she looks at you peculiar. No?
Okay. I don't want to upset you, but it seems like he got sick over the last 2 days.
Like me?
Sorta, yeah, the same sort of thing that wouldn't make sense time-wise. Okay?
There's a brawl happening downstairs.
She's terrified. She's like, am I gonna die? Am I gonna
die? No. He wasn't pregnant, honey. It wasn't anything like you. I just mean the time doesn't make sense. Something completely different, okay?
And she just shakes her head.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let my friend look at you, and then after that, you're gonna come stay in our room for a while, okay? Because once we're done, we're gonna have to call the authorities for your friend, and I don't want them to find you here, okay?
She shakes her head.
Okay. Good. He kind of like nods over at the doctor.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna, come over and, do the best kind of.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a medicine.
Yeah.
Okay. Success. You notice that she just looks like a 6 month pregnant woman. 18-year-old woman. Nothing unusual, but what she's telling you was she wasn't pregnant 3 weeks ago.
Well, I'm gonna ask. So, did you just wake up this way one day, or is this something that's progressed?
And she looks sheepish.
I'm gonna like chime in from the side, and I don't know if you want like a persuade or something for this, but he just looks at her and says, "It's okay. We need to know so we can understand how fast this happened."
I was with my boyfriend a couple weeks back. We went a little too far, as it says. We shouldn't have, but we did. Billy Ray? He's my boyfriend.
I'm trying to remember. Is that the one that we already met? That was in the
boy. It's the high school. It's the boy.
Yeah, from the hospital bed.
It's the one that was in the one that was shot 4 times and he was still alive. He wasn't in a bed. He was chained up.
Yeah.
So this might sound like an insensitive question, but I don't mean it to be. Did Billy Ray seem okay? Was he acting strangely in any way?
No.
Was that the first time that you had intercourse?
And she shakes her head.
Like shakes it no?
No, yes, it's the only time she had sex.
Oh, okay. But he wasn't aggressive?
This was prior to him going missing.
Okay.
Can I ask you, do you remember anything? Is there any time that you feel like's missing, or something you don't remember?
About 4 weeks ago, my mom says I disappeared for 8 hours. She didn't know where I was.
I'm sorry, honey. I just realized if you don't mind me asking, I never got your name.
My name's Jane. Jane Allen.
Oh, it's good to meet you, Jane. I'm David.
My dad is one of the board's members of Alderman.
He's got no idea what that is, but he just like nods to reassure.
He's basically board of aldermen is basically just it's like a town council.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I'm gonna let the doctor here take a look at you, make sure everything's okay. Then we're gonna take you back to our room. Is that okay?
Okay. And here's a couple things I want you to kind of think about. She's a young teenage girl hiding for the last several days. She has a family. She has a mother, she has a father. Why aren't they looking for her? That's really weird.
Yeah. Now he was just trying to get her. We're at covering up tracks point, and then that was a question he was going to ask. Is like, have you talked to your parents? Do they know what's going on?
Yeah. If you ask her that question, she goes, "Well, my dad's never home anymore, and my mom just doesn't worry about those type of things."
Yeah. I didn't know my dad too well either. I understand how that is. He's gonna let the doctor examine her, and then while the doctor's doing that, he's gonna walk back over to the other room, and he's basically like, same thing they do. He's trying to see if the creature's in there.
Yeah, there's no creature anymore in the room. It seems like it's all pretty quiet, besides a dead body laying in the tub.
And that's what I was gonna say. Is he looks at the tub and does he see anything weird in the tub?
Nope, nothing is moving in the tub. Nothing is around the body. It's just
it's just bloody water.
Yep.
he kind of looks over to the other agent, and he's like, all right, I'll leave it up to you as to what sort of crime he might have been involved in that would put him under your jurisdiction, but let's call it into the locals. Claim it's a suicide.
Can just let this one go as a suicide. I don't necessarily have to put it under my jurisdiction. I mean, I checked this crime scene over. I can't find anything that would lead me to suspect anything other than that. I mean, and the weird shit's gone, so...
Yeah, I was just hoping...
I mean, we could tell them the same story that we told the attendant, that the waitress wanted a welfare check and I happened to be in town.
Nope. Alright, that sounds good with me.
Yeah.
So, one Vic we know is the one that his head exploded.
Well, it didn't explode. He punched his head off. The boy punched the guy's head off his hip.
Oh, I thought that's how they finally killed him. Was they?
Nope.
That's what he did to the gas station attendant.
That's what he did to the gas station attendant.
Yeah.
The boy is still alive, as far as you know.
And I was gonna say, by the time we saw him, he wasn't exhibiting any other symptoms at that point, or
not that you could tell. No. You don't know. They're heavily sedated him with like muscle relaxers. So
yeah. All right. Get to the job.
So I've given you a bunch of information here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's many things you can go. You guys want to call the local authorities?
Yeah.
Yeah, just reported as a suicide.
You go ahead and tell the motel owner to call the local authorities.
And I'm also going to just kind of quickly, as they're reporting, and I'm just going to go around the room and, you know, try to pick up anything that we would want to keep in our possession before the police get there, like the laptop and stuff.
If you want to take the laptop, you can. But
yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah.
Anything that we saw that might be an obvious lead, he's just kind of picking up, and even that piece of paper that we got nothing out of, he's just kind of like.
Well, it's just all notes on the actual computer.
Oh yeah, okay, great. So yeah, he just takes the laptop then. And...
then so when you call, he goes, oh yeah, they'll call Sheriff Oakley right now. You call, about 5 minutes come by, reporting a dead body in a room. The sheriff comes in with a couple of deputies, and he sees the four of you and goes, "And who the hell do you think you are?"
I'm Agent Smith. I was passing through this area. These are a few of my team. We were at the diner, and Myrtle, I can't remember her name, Myrtle mentioned that this gentleman hadn't checked in a few days, and he was staying at the same hotel as us, so we...
Are you the agents I was supposed to expect this afternoon?
Possibility.
Yeah, it would have been nice if you'd stopped by first. He goes, "What'd you find?"
May I ask who gave you a heads up we were coming?
What was the agent's name? I forget his name.
Agent Harry Balzac.
Harry Balzac. Harry Balzania. There's an Agent like Derringer. Fucking... He told me you were coming in.
Our apologies. Derringer didn't tell us he had communicated forward.
Yeah. Plus, we were hungry.
Yeah, not gonna lie, guys. We got into town and hit the diner first.
What'd you find?
Well, I'll leave it up to you boys, because this isn't normally our field of specialty, but looks like you have yourselves a suicide.
He comes over to the motel room, and you see him open the door, and you go, "Woo! Man, you never get used to that smell."
No, he's been stewing in there a while.
Oh. Do you disturb any of the premises?
I won't lie to you. Spooked the hell out of me when I first found him. Thought there was something behind the door, so I jumped back. I don't know if I might have dislodged anything, but other than that, no, we tried to leave it alone.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. You let me and my deputies take care of the situation from here on out, okay?
He remembers, and he's like, "Oh, 1 second. I did leave my knife in there." He just kind of like pries it out of the wall. He's like, "Told you, I got a little spooked."
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna get this situated, and then when I'm done here, I want you to meet me at the station so we can go over what went on.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, don't go far. Meet me in a couple hours at the station.
There with bells on.
All right, so he shoos you along, and that leaves you a couple hours to figure out what you guys want to do next. Do you guys want to go investigate other things? Do you want to go talk to anybody else? You got the mother. You've got
cow that milks without udders.
Yep.
And the mom, yeah.
I mean, we do have a list of phone numbers.
Yeah, I was gonna say we also have the parents who aren't looking for their daughter that we know of.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's all sorts of suspicious stuff.
Yeah.
I think the parents not looking for their kid thing is really weird.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean both their parents. They were boyfriend girlfriend too. So I think those are two good leads to start with.
Yeah, Angel Spivey is the mother. If you remember, Billy killed his father. He punched.
Oh, right. He punched through his chest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the start of his spree.
Oh, we got shit. Is the girl in our room?
Yeah.
Yep.
He walks in. He tries to like make it nonchalant, and he walks into their room and kind of like shuts the door, and he's like, "Can I ask you something a little embarrassing?"
He looks at you.
When was the last time you used the restroom?
Just recently.
Okay, good. And are you in any kind of pain?
She shakes her head.
Good. All right, that's all good news. You hear? Okay. He kind of like steps back outside. Sorry, I realized from our operations notes that Billy Ray also had a remarkable appetite.
Yep.
And it just he just put two and two together. Yeah.
And also, we don't know if it's true, but the UFO guy was going to the diner a lot too, so.
And there was
an abnormal amount, but he was.
Yeah, but there was also fast food stuff all over the room.
Yeah.
So you can tie that all together. There's a massive amount of people. Like it seems like they have more of an appetite, or one's not urinating or defecating, or it's weird. What do you guys want to do next? I know this is kind of weird because you're not used to this like open format. But you guys can do whatever you want. You could separate and go to two places at once if you wanted to.
That's what I was just kind of thinking myself. I was just trying to figure out where our. Should I just accidentally?
I want to go check out that girl's mom.
Sure.
Yeah, I think both of the kids' parents really.
Stacy's mom's got it going on.
Got it going on.
So. You guys can separate if you want to take one, 2, and 2. You can take the Spivey household on one, and then the Jane's household.
Sure. Which of us are the talky people, other than me?
I'm decent at like human persuasion and all that kind of stuff. So.
Okay, great.
And so is the media guy. He's pretty decent too, but.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that would make sense. Which one does the doctor want to go see? Do you have a preference? It sounds like the rest of us can split up however.
Yeah.
But we'll probably put one gun totem person with one group and one gun totem person with another just to be safe.
Yep. That's what I was figuring.
Okay. So you guys separate. I will start with the Spivey household. Who's going there?
That's the mom, right?
Yes, that is the mom.
The girl's mom, I should say.
No, this is Billy Ray's mom.
The boys.
The boy's mom.
Billy's mom. Okay, so I guess that would be it. Is for the doctor. Do you want to talk to the boy's mom who had weird shit under his skin, or do you want to talk to and couldn't be stopped by bullets, or do you want to talk to the
mother?
Other people's parents who is randomly 6 months pregnant.
Do you want to talk to Jane's parents?
Jane, thank you.
Yeah, because she said something weird about her mom. She said my mom doesn't care about that stuff anymore, and that sounded odd to me.
Okay. So I'll split between in the terms of the stream, the top two, the bottom two. Fair?
I have I'm not looking at the stream, but sure.
Okay, stream it'd be Brandon and Derek and Greg and Chris.
Ow.
Okay.
Seem fair? Okay.
Yep.
We'll check with Angel first. It's a house about 1.5 miles south of Groversville. It's a small piece of farmland. You come up to the household. You come rolling up, and you see this woman sitting on a hanging chair on the patio. And as you come up, you also see another woman and like a man come out with like some refreshments, as if they were all going to go to sit down, because it's getting a little late in the afternoon at this point. Looks like they were going to enjoy some refreshment and trying to talk to each other. What do you guys want to ask her? If she comes up, she'll go, "Hello? Who are y'all?"
Is this okay? So just to make sure, this is the
it's
boys.
Billy Ray's, yes.
Yeah, Billy's mom's. Yeah. Okay. And he just sort of greets her and says,
Mom.
"Well, ma'am, I'm sure you've already talked to more than one person about this, and I'm sorry to make you talk about it again, but he kind of like pulls his fake badge out.
You see the man. She goes, hasn't she had enough? Hadn't she done enough? Really? And then you see her go, no, it's okay. It's okay, Bob. It's okay, Bob. You can let him. It'll be okay. What do you?
He kind of looks over at the gentleman and says, I know there's probably been too many of us, but the good news is your boy and whatever's going on with him has caught the attention of us Federals, and the bad news is it's caught the attention of us Federals.
I'll tell them what I know, what I already told my sheriff. And she begins to tell you this. Billy Ray's missing time began when he was coming back from seeing his girlfriend, Jane Allen. 11 days. And it had been about 11 days before the agents arrived in Groverville. Okay?
Okay.
She says that she drove away from her parents' house, drove around from the house around 9 p.m., and he didn't pull up from his parents' gravel driveway until 8:30 p.m. 2 days later. He was unaware of any unusual time had passed. Not at all. She says that he complained of pain and felt ill. She put him to bed where the pain grew. And then she called the doctor, and the doctor could find no symptoms or reason for his symptoms at all. And then a couple days later, she heard a scream from the bedroom, and then followed immediately by her son running out of the house, his right arm bloody to the elbow. And she found her husband with a rough hole through his chest, taking his last breaths.
Dead. He apologizes to her again. I'm sorry about your loss, ma'am, but
she also says that he used to hang out with a bunch of guys, hang out with friends out in the reservoir. It used to be a hangout. But it was kind of a hangout.
Never noticed.
But she goes, it's a normal hangout for teenagers to be out and about. Like it's
yeah.
She didn't think anything
that spot,
of it.
huh?
Yeah, it was one of those spots.
He just looks at her for a second and goes, "Did you ever notice anything strange before he went out that night with his girl?"
She shakes her head. No, seemed fine.
And when he came back, other than the pain at first, was there anything unusual? The way he was acting at me?
When he came back?
Yeah, when he first got back. Not when he woke up, obviously.
He complained of pain. He felt ill, but he just went to bed. He doesn't remember where he was going, but... That's about it. That's all she kind of gets, like, she knows of.
I'm trying to think of what else he could possibly glean from the mother. Or if you have anything, Derek, you want to ask.
I was going to ask her if she can just give us the quick highlights again to see if she missed anything.
No, I gave you what she said about everything that happened. She gave you an idea of maybe the reservoir could be information. I will take you guys back to the operations map. Not the operations, the evidence board that'll help you guys out here a little bit. Just so possibly you could go investigate the reservoir. That could be an interesting place to check next.
That's what I was thinking. Is we'd probably head to the reservoir.
We'll just thank her for her time and head on out.
Yeah. So while you go and do that, we'll move over to Jane Allen's house, family. You come up and you see pleasant little place, nothing too exciting. Again, farmland again. They're next door, actually. You guys separate. You basically took the same car. You guys just basically they live a couple miles apart. So what do you guys do? You come up to the door. Who's knocking?
I'll go ahead and
Knock on the door, and it takes a minute, and then you see a woman come out, open the door, and she kind of has a dazed look on her face, and she goes, "Yeah."
Do I guess out of game for a second. Do we know did anyone report her daughter missing?
Nope.
I mean, we know her daughter. Oh, this makes this way more awkward. I didn't think about that. Hey, ma'am. We were just coming to see if we could speak with your daughter. We're part of the investigation for Billy Ray was his name, right?
Mm-hmm.
For Billy Ray, and heard that your daughter and him may have been dating. Is that correct?
Yeah. They were dating.
Were?
Oh, they still are.
And is your daughter available?
I don't know where she's been.
When was the last time you saw her?
I don't know, a couple of days ago.
Is that normal behavior that you're not worried about that?
Should I be worried?
I mean, your daughter's missing. I would think so.
Oh, she can take care of herself. She's a grown woman.
I'm sure she can. Do you mind if we would come in and take a look around her room, see if we can find anything?
Oh.
In reference to Billy Ray?
Sure, feel free. She opens the door. And you see, like...
Give a cautious look over to the doctor as we walk through the door.
Right, yeah. I look over like, whoa, that was fucked up.
I, as subtly as I can, unsnap the leather holster so that my weapon's free and available if I need it.
Yeah, she does not respond. She just is kind of chill. And you kind of notice, like, the house itself is kind of in slight neglect. It's not like severe. It's not like it's not livable, but like there's plenty of dishes going up. It just seems like she just doesn't care.
As we're walking towards her daughter's room, be like, "So what do you do for a living, miss?"
"Oh, I'm a stay-at-home mother."
"Okay. You have any other kids, or?"
"Oh, no kids. Just me and my daughter, my husband."
What do we know about her husband?
He's a board of aldermen. He's one of the board of aldermen.
Oh, he's just not around, right? You mentioned he's not typically around. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Boy, did you and your husband like to have sex a lot?
She goes, "Well, that's none of your business, but it's been a long time."
I'm sorry for the bluntness. My co-worker here is a medical professional. I'm sure he has good reasons for asking you those types of questions. Please don't be offended.
It's tell you the truth, it's hard to have sex when he's not around.
I could see that. I think that's probably why my wife left me.
So her reaction to that, she didn't get mad or anything, right? She just kind of was like
matter of factly, like it was like as if it was like whatever, but she's like, well, it's kind of none of your business, but she was so chill, she didn't care.
Yep. So I kind of give you a little look though.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because that was why I asked the question, right? I wanted to purposefully ask something that was just rude,
off the wall.
Yeah, and I just wanted to I just kind of make eye contact to see if you're picking that up.
No, I would be.
Okay.
Plus, I'm very high human, so I can just kind of read people pretty well. So, yeah, I think at this point I'll be like, well, we may be a minute here in your daughter's room, so I do appreciate you giving us this moment, but you can go about your day if you'd like, and we'll let you know when we're done.
Oh, okay. She walks away.
Okay.
Something is not right there.
That's an understatement. I look around the daughter's room. I mean, I'll let him ponder the what might be going on with her, but is there
nothing of note in her room? I mean, it just looks like a teenager's room. Greg knows teenagers' girls' rooms pretty well. I mean, it's nondescript, just
I mean, I expect it's messy.
Yeah, it's messy, but it's also not completely that messy since she hasn't been around for a couple days.
Yeah. So I guess are we 2-story house, 1-story house? Are we upstairs?
2-story farmhouse.
Okay. When she left us alone, did we hear her go downstairs? Or
yeah, she went downstairs. She went downstairs. Looks like she was heading back to the television. You saw there was a television on.
I'm interested in what's wrong with her, but doesn't seem similar to anything else we've seen so far. Is it drugs or is it something related to what we're investigating?
At this point, I'd be happier if it was drugs. Not something I thought I'd say, but I definitely want to take a little snoop around the upstairs just to see if anything looks out of order, if there is any paraphernalia, drugs, anything that looks...
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, I'll be honest. I think we should outwardly...
I've got a search skill of 70.
I think we should
go ahead and do a search skill, both of you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check. I'm just gonna search her room unabashedly. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, right? She let.
Yep.
She let
Yeah. I mean,
law enforcement into her house, so we can do whatever the fuck we want anyway, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a little I'm trying not to be noisy about it, but yeah, I'm not stealthily going around either.
Here's what I'll tell you. But Nick rolled a 15, which is great. You don't need to roll again if you want, but nothing unusual. What's strange though, you see the bed of the parents' bedroom, and you see the normal kind of messiness of the wife's side of the bed. But you look at the men's side of the bed, the father side of the bed, and there is clearly dust collecting. It looks like that side of the room has not been used in months. And it's been neglected, it hasn't been touched.
Washed or anything either.
Mm-hmm. It looks like months. It's really strange. It looks like she kind of just takes the same path over and over again. Not a care in the world.
So, can you... we're not finding any drugs, I'm assuming, so I'll look at Chad and be like, can you think of a good reason why you might be able to examine her to see if she has any markings or
I'll be honest with you. I don't think we need a reason.
That's
I think we can just go in there and say we want to examine her, and I don't think she's going to put up any kind of fight.
Yeah. And I mean, the realisticness of, or the realness of this skill coming in handy in this campaign or this one shot at all. I have an 80 in accounting. Do they have any checkbooks that show any details that seem weird? Or, I mean, it's my highest skill, but I just like, is there like a checkbook that's been balanced? If so, like husband's paycheck still coming in?
If you, all that stuff seems to be, if you are going to start looking, that would be more downstairs, which may hide more attention.
Okay, so yeah, we'll move our search downstairs then.
You guys wanted, like, you can talk to her. She's just kind of like moping around, but she's sitting there watching TV.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to her, and say, I'm just gonna give you a routine examination, and I'm just gonna start doing it.
All right. She doesn't really fight you. She just lets you do it.
Like eyes dilated, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm looking to see, medically speaking.
Yeah, you're not.
What?
Yeah, go ahead and do a medical check.
Any abnormalities type thing?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, succeeded.
Yeah, you don't see anything of note, of weirdness, nothing. Did you want to start looking in the other room, like the den or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep while he's doing that. I'll keep
while I'm doing that. Yeah.
Like find an office if there's.
Yeah,
any
you
sort
do
of, like,
find a
home
small office. It's been closed. You open it up, and again, dust filled. Looks like no one's been in there for months.
What did the daughter say? She just said the dad wasn't around a lot. She didn't really elaborate.
He's never at home anymore.
Never at home anymore.
But it doesn't make sense because he was punched through the chest very recently, right?
No. Other family.
Oh, right. That's
family.
right.
This is Jane Allen's family. Yeah, this is Jane Allen's family.
Interesting.
So, what? Where's your husband?
I don't know. He's overworking. That
Yeah.
board alderman keep him busy.
Okay. What does he where does he work when he's working for the board?
Oh, he's over at the where is it? He's over at the town hall.
Okay. Doesn't come home much from there, huh?
Oh, no. He's busy. It's tax season here. There's an audit going on.
I'll be a little honest with you, ma'am. You seem fairly relaxed about everything. Have you always been like this? Is this in your natural demeanor? Or when?
I feel fine.
Have you been taking any medication?
No.
Has anyone else come to visit you?
No.
And when I examine her, do I see anything odd on her? I'm going to look for markings on her body.
Yeah, you don't see anything.
Okay, I'm going to start looking in inappropriate places.
She goes,
like,
yeah, they said it was hard to find on that other guy.
Right.
It was like really like it took like they had to like take a magnifying scope to see this stuff. Like stuff you don't have, equipment you don't have.
But I'm half doing it for her reaction.
Right, and she kind of like moves away, like, "Sir, if you don't mind." But she doesn't react more than that. She doesn't want you to touch her any further like that. It's not violent, but it's kind of just subdued, like she feels like she's violated, feels like it's inappropriate.
No touching.
No touching.
No, don't touch me there. These are my no-no squares.
No square.
makes
I think it's actually
stopped. That's the only thing she's actually seems to care about so far. But yeah, but I'm not gonna molest her.
What's the kitchen look like? Abnormal amounts of food, stuff in the trash, packaging, like
nothing unusual. It's a little messy. Just
nothing
looks
that
used.
lines up with like the overeating of these other people that we've noticed.
Nope.
Weird. Yeah. I mean, at this point.
I mean, we might maybe check out the town hall next.
Yeah, no, I just mean for this house, like
I'm not sure what else. Right.
I'm literally just like sitting there with hands on hips, so, like, or akimbo, just like staring around the house, like trying to figure stuff out, but my brain's just like blank.
All right, it's really weird. You guys just leave?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like thank her for her time, you know, that kind of stuff. She goes,
"Oh, come again." And as you walk out, she doesn't even get off the couch.
Do you want me to? Never mind.
You guys just walk out.
Yeah.
And you guys meet back up on the road. The other group turns around, comes up, picks you guys up. And you guys can discuss what you're doing next. You know, probably you have to go to the sheriff's office next. He asked you to stop by.
Yeah, after we do.
Yeah.
We all go over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we were hitting the what's it called?
The town hall? You could. You could skip the meeting, go straight to the town hall if you wanted.
Were you thinking the cows?
No, the place,
the reservoir.
The reservoir.
I think you guys.
We only have 2 hours, so that's
the amount of time you guys spent in the houses and talked. You'd be cutting it a little. Yeah, you guys have.
Okay.
And the reservoir is a little bit out of town. In the
I was
in
thinking
the
town hall maybe because it's a couple blocks away. Like if we have an extra half hour, we could probably get away with some questions at the town hall, but that'd probably be it. And still make it to the sheriff's without pissing them off a second time.
So what do you guys want to do? You want to go to the town hall first, or you want to go straight to the sheriff's office, the sheriff's station?
Personally, I don't want to be late to the sheriff's, but if we have time to go to the town hall, I say town hall.
Okay. So.
But if we're gonna be late, then sheriff's office.
I agree.
Okay. You won't necessarily be late. You can kind of go over. You go over to the town hall, and you come walking up the steps. So it's not far at all. And you see a big sign on the wall, and it says "By appointment only. Meeting by appointment only. Please call such and such number."
Doors open or locked?
It is currently locked.
Any windows open that I can see along the wall?
Sure. All the windows are open on the outside.
Does it look like there's anybody in there?
Yeah, like do we see people at their desks or anything through the windows?
Not on the lower floors. Yeah, you don't see anybody.
Are there other cars in the parking lot?
Yep.
Also, are we with them?
Yeah, all four of you guys.
Yeah, we all met back up because we had met the car and walked to our respective houses that we were talking about.
Oh, as soon as he sees that the door's locked, he just says, "Interesting," and he's gonna try to pick the lock.
Well,
quiet like.
Less chance of messing up my suit than climbing through a window, so I appreciate that.
All right, what is it?
He's got his.
What's the roll?
It's an actual.
Yeah.
1 second. It's like a tools thing that I have as an actual skills.
Okay. It's easy to unlock. It opens up easily. Opens. I mean, mind you, this is the end of the day.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, I actually had no clue on what time it was during the day.
Yeah, it was probably
so
like 5 o'clock, like 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, well, seeing that there's no, like, secretary or anything at the front or anything.
Yeah, you don't see anybody.
He turns back around to the group and he just says, "Alright, do any of you have any infiltration experience?"
No, not at all.
Not me at all.
Okay. Alright. Well, you all wait here. And if you hear anything louder than a footfall, you can come join the party.
Do you want them to stay outside or go inside with you?
Like, just like step inside the doorway.
Okay.
Like, I'm bringing them inside, but if they're not capable of stealth, then he's gonna, like, go ahead.
I will rebuttal back. You don't think the badge and gun approach would be fine for this one? In Town Hall?
The 10 still. That counts for anything.
I'm just saying, like, I can, overtly badge on my belt type thing with gun visible type deal, or you can try stealth. I'm good either way.
I kind of want to try to stealth forward and see what I can see without.
Go for it.
Yeah.
So you guys, the whole floor, the bottom floor is pretty empty. And you can see a sign that says, like, the Alderman board is upstairs. There you go. I just gave you the,
And I will personally just hang out, if we're staying downstairs for now, keep alert for anybody walking through the hallways so I can be prepared to be like, oh, this door was open, I saw appointment only, type thing, but...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It said for me that I don't own a token that can see this slide.
Yeah, mine's solid black.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Up there.
It's weird that it's not letting you see the image. Fine.
Just black screen.
We'll just go back to the evidence board. That's fine.
Yeah, it's weird because it shows our tokens underneath both scenes up at the top. So.
Yeah, they're so strange. You can see it's the same picture as the town hall you see on the board.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
That one here.
So yeah, we kind of like creep up to the stairs, and that's when I'll say he kind of like just wait here a second. He kind of like tries to like creep up the stairs, like.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth.
He's got the like we'll call it the operator wrap. Like he's got his pistol and his light in one hand. Like I don't like this.
Yeah, you're better than me. My 10 stealth is evidenced by my leather-soled shoes that click against the floors.
Wow,
a 7. You rolled a 7. That was very much a great success. Great success. You guys, you go up the stairs.
Great success.
And as you keep walking up, it's quiet up the hall, and you follow the signs to the board room, and you see the doors close. And you see the doors close to the Alderman boardroom. And you see there's a
kind of what I'm...
There's a reception desk up front, and then you see there's no one there, but you see there's the Alderman door there.
Okay. So kind of how I'm picturing this, Aaron, is that like he's creeping forward and like seeing if there's anyone around to hear, and then kind of like waving them up. You know, he's like checking corners and stuff. And then,
you're not seeing anybody.
Okay, so he gets to the. I'm assuming we've gotten to the alderman's
door. Yeah.
Door.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's gonna try the same thing again. He tries like just kind of quietly checks the knob real quick to see if it's locked.
Do you want to just hear through the doorway first?
Oh yeah, that's a good. He would be smart enough to do that. Thank you
a sound.
for thinking what my
I
character
know
would do
would.
better than I do.
It's actually one of the
like...
rules that says in the game for me to remind you what your character would do.
That's funny. So yeah, he. So I'm guessing that's an alertness check.
Yes, it's an alertness.
Yeah. Okay. That's funny. I'm glad you can remind me when my own stupidity is not my character's. Here we go. Alertness.
Ooh. Yeah, you don't hear anything.
Not rolling well tonight, except for that 7. Alright, if he doesn't hear anything, same thing, he kind of like, he's not opening the door, but he's just like checking to see if the doorknob will move, like if it's locked or not.
It's locked.
Okay. Kind of the same thing, he's gonna like look around, and he's like checking to see if anyone's around, and he's gonna kind of like listen again. And I know I probably can't get like another check, but he's just like before he's gonna do with a lock
you
pick
can't do
again.
another one.
And he just like, okay, nobody's around, nobody can hear this, and he starts doing the lockpick again.
Mm-hmm.
Which is its own. Fail, and a critical one at that.
So you go to try to open the lock, and then you hear the doorknob turn itself as it comes open, and you see a woman staring down at you. She goes, "Excuse me, what are you doing?"
Well, first of all, I'm looking for the alderman.
You found them. What would you like to do? And as she says that, you look past her. You're down lower. You turn your head. And you see this grayish mass with many mouths on the floor, just screaming out quietly, like as if it's like the silent scream. If you see many mouths, just arms and limbs in the air, and they're all this convulsing mass on the ground.
He's gonna try to keep his cool, but I'm assuming that requires some sort of sanity check or something.
And that's where we're going to stop for the evening, unfortunately. It's too late, getting very late, and I hate to leave it at this, but we got to leave it at this. I was not expecting you guys to go all the way to the town hall. Yeah, I need you to roll real fast, because you're the only one that saw this. I gotta find it. The mass. It's disturbing. The proto-matter spawn. Let me see if I can find the town hall, so you can do a quick. Yeah, you critically failed. That's not great.
Well, I critically failed the lock picking.
But for me, it's if in the game, per the game, if you critically fail on something, there's consequences, and I can pick the consequences. It's kind of cool. Let's see. Okay. I need you to roll a sanity check, Brandon.
Cool. That's what I figured was coming. Oh, I'm failing everything.
I need you to roll.
Everything.
I need you to roll a 1d6.
Okay.
4 or less. 4 or less. 4 or less.
That's
not
4 or less.
6.
Yeah. 6. You're looking at this and you don't know how to comprehend it, and all of a sudden you guys just hear
What so what does that do? Like, what does
you go into a catatonic state, or you can go nuts. Like, you have no control.
But you have to take like what does it do? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's
I can,
like, does it do like willpower damage? Like, what's the
I'll tell you in a second.
Five or more sanity, loses self-control, temporary insanity.
Mm-hmm.
For a short time, you cannot control your agent's actions. Their primitive brain switches to pure panic with one of 3 possibilities: flee, struggle, or submit. Work with the handler to determine which stance your agent takes.
And I think you're gonna run.
Struggle.
You're gonna run.
Well, no, it's gonna. Well, no, it's gonna start with struggle first.
I was gonna say, his character. I don't think it would be a flee character.
Right.
No, his first. The first thing he's gonna do is pull a weapon and start shooting into anything that's near him, and he might run after that. But no, his first reaction is getting a weapon and trying to kill whatever wants to kill him.
Yeah, so you go insane, and you're gonna struggle and start shooting. So all of a sudden you hear this scream, and you hear these gunshots going nuts.
Yeah, he pulls his little Walther PPK, and he unloads that into her and the mass. He's just fucking...
Once this course is set upon, your agent has no choice but to fight until he or she is killed, unconscious, or restrained.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
If you decide you wanted to struggle,
reaction against helplessness and violence, Sandy.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I'm sorry to leave you guys at this. I just know some of us have to wake up early to go to work.
Great.
And you guys, I know, have no clue what's happening.
I mean, are we gonna get to come back to this?
We'd be listening to at the bottom of the stairs. So as soon as he screams, we would definitely be.
Yeah. No, I definitely want to do this again. If you guys are like, I'm even like willing to do this sometime next week if you want. I don't care. Just to finish up.
I definitely want to finish this up for sure.
Yeah, I want to finish it. Yeah.
So if you guys want to do I know you're busy, like, but we'll figure it out. All right, guys, have a good night, everyone.
Night.